Hello? Testing. Hello. Be sure that's working. Alright, that is. Alright. So, this is Europa Universalis 5. Paradox Interactive's newest new strategy game. Inside it, you can play as hundreds of countries, ranging from China to random Pueblo tribes. But we're not going to be playing as an actual country today. Nope, today, if we go to building-based countries, there's actually 3. There's the Hansa, the trading cities up in North Germany, and there's also 2 banks. These do not play like normal countries. Not at all. I was actually really surprised to find that you could actually play as these. I was kind of thinking they were going to be scrapped on release. Because you can't play as the Societies of Pops. The pop-based countries. Like those up there. But a bank, however, well, it's kind of fleshed out, actually. Like, you already start with banks all over Europe. In most of the good cities as well. You have one in Constantinople and Italy and various places. In fact, 14 of them. And this is your main way of making money as a bank. There's a couple different ways. Because as a bank, you can basically do 4 things. 1, you can build a bank. That gives you 5% of the tax base of any province you put it in. Which actually scales pretty nicely. Especially when you have hundreds of them. But that's the main way, I think. You could also build trade offices. Though, if you're doing this, you're basically just a worse Hansa. A way worse Hansa, in fact. Because the Hansa have the contour, and unique buildings and such. But we only have the normal trade office that any country can build. Which is not, like, amazing. I mean, it's probably better than the bank in the long run. Because I did another run where I played as the bank just to test it out. And I did find that trade will probably outscale banks. I only got to like 1400, 1450. But trade is a pretty significant part. And there's also, if you go to diplomacy and economy, it'll start... I'll go ahead and unpause. There's not much to do. Oh, actually. Once you do a month tick or so, there'll be a takeover loan option that you can do in an economy. And you can also offer loans to countries. And those 2 are the 3rd way of earning money as a bank. Although, unfortunately, I feel like that's probably the worst way to make money. Because you don't make very much. You make the interest, which, compared to trade, is like nothing. And finally, though it's somewhat hard to get started, you could also vassalize people as a bank. But for now, we will be focusing on the bank part of being a bank. Now, there's not a lot. Because we don't have many of the same problems as the normal country. We kind of care about literacy and burgers. And we also like diplomats. And don't really care about institutions, but construction speed is something nice. I do find it funny how a bank does not start with armored horsemen. Pretty much everyone else I've tried in Europe does. It's not important for us, though, so we're going to leave it be. As for values... Oh, importantly, you might notice that a bank only has burgers and the crown. Or the Republic, I guess. The board. Because we can't actually... We don't start with anyone who's not a burger. Everyone we get who works at our buildings is a burger. Unless you build an embassy, which then gives you access to the patricians. But we will not be doing that for now. So the most important one here is probably this trade offer network, because it gives you foreign buildings cost, and every single one of our buildings is in a foreign country. So that's a good thing to pick up. Oh, and as well, before we grant any privileges, I'm not sure if it's like best to grant a lot of privileges. I like granting them, mostly to change the values, or to start them where I want to go. But as you might consider, a bank does not care about most of the values in the game. Like centralization? Well, yeah, we care about the crown power, but we do not care about the proximity cost, which is one of the bigger things, I feel. Whereas in decentralization, we might care about loyalty of subjects. Maybe. I'm not sure. Depends if we want to go the vassalizing Italy route. For traditionalist, we don't really care about any of that. We do care about the max literacy, I think. I'm not exactly sure if our literacy affects our buildings, because they're all in foreign countries. But, you know. For these two, we do not care about pop conversion, or pop assimilation, or antagonism, or tolerance, or clerics. So this is kind of a wash. It doesn't really matter to us. Aristocracy. We kind of care about discipline. And expected cost of court is not very good. But we're probably going to be going hard into plutocracy anyway, given that we're a bank. And we like the trade efficiency. Between serfdom and free subjects, we care about none of the values of serfdom. And we care about none of the values of free subjects. Same with belligerism and conciliatory. We might care about conciliatory. Actually, that one's better. Because the diplomatic reputation, we might need that if we do some interesting trades in the future. Quality, I just like quality. Offensive, it also really doesn't matter. No, yeah, offensive is better for us. Not by a lot, but for naval, naval's also better for the trade range. Economy. Capital economy is better, but I feel it's only because of the buildings cost. Nothing else really matters in that. And we don't really care between these two. I guess communalism. But then again, we don't get rebels. So it's only for the privilege cost. So we want to go innovative. Plutocracy. Naval. And capital economy. We're kind of skirting it close on the Republic power, though. So let's not do that. Now you might notice that all of our money comes from buildings abroad. And the important thing about that is that building abroad money doesn't actually come into play in regards to any of your expenses. Normally, cost of the court, diplomatic spending, and stability, those are all affected by your max income. So if you make more money, you have to spend more on these. But the banks, however, do not care. These costs will never go up as long as we don't get more tax and we don't get trade income. Unfortunately, I feel like trade income scales better, even despite being a bank, but we're going to ignore it for now. And because of that, we can just kind of max out all those sliders with minimal cost and enjoy the fruits of that. We're going to maximize trade, or automate trade, despite having no trade, because we will have trade in the future. And we have some countries. It doesn't really matter. Actually, if we do, I'd rather take some small country. Just in case we do get something in regards to a royal marriage. For cabinet ministers, I also don't think we have anything important there. Of rivals. I guess the other bank? We are the bank. The Bank of Italy. And really, it would be best if we could just kind of vassalize the Bank of Prusi. Use them as a state bank. For my other bank. A bank under a bank. For cabinet ministers, I'm not sure there's much. I think diplomatic endeavors is probably the best. But as for our other guy, well, I mean, because we can maximize Republican tradition and the spending, it's not that great. Stabilized country is better. We do like stability as a bank. But I think we actually just want to push a bit with the societal values. Let that tick over for a month so I get my money. Do you know that we are also one of the weakest countries in the world? Because, again, we have no land. We are a bank. We loan money. And that is all we do. So the funny thing about this is that normally your values don't actually go above a certain... Like, basically, multiply this by 100, which way it's going for. Like, this is 0.68 going towards capital economy. And we multiply that by 100. And basically, we can't get it... It doesn't push it naturally above 68% towards capital economy. So really, when you use a cabinet minister to push, you're pushing him there, and he's going to get caught at 68, and then you'll take him off and do something else. Because it's kind of... You don't gain anything from keeping him there. Alright, but that's all the starter stuff. So now what we want to look at is some laws. Because I think we have censorship. I kind of just like no censorship as pretty much every country. Just because of the innovative. I like pushing it in the right direction. Alright, but now that that all is taken out of the way, we need to make some money. So you might notice, someone already has a loan. This is one of our things we can do. We can kind of just take over the loan, paying everything into it, paying all their interest. And now, if we go to the economy tab, they will be paying the interest to us. For these, it's practically nothing. We get, like, no money from that. But we don't have any money to really start off of. Later on, I think it is way more effective to instead go to offer a loan and offer the loan directly. Because then you can adjust the interest rate. And you can set it pretty consistently to 5%. And then you can just, you know, get a lot more money off that deal. Another thing is, as a bank, you have way more merchants. Or sorry, way more diplomats. You have +4 max and plus 0.4. So basically you can do all the diplomacy you want. And we're going to start that. We're going to use that. Because we're going to want to do something special here. I'm not sure if it was a glitch. But in my test game, I got population from some of my buildings. And not just that. I also got, whenever I built a bank in a province, it would count all the burghers in that province as my own. Which is useful because of one specific interaction. And then we're going to increase relation with the others. Some of these countries are pretty good to build banks into. So we're just going to... Oh, and you can only build a bank if you have 100 relation with them. But one thing about here, in the Tuscany region, is that they actually have unique culture tech. As Bardi, we don't actually have anything unique. No culture. We are cultureless. We have no blue jeans, and we are poor. But if we switch to Tuscan, then we get a few unique techs. It's better than having nothing. Which is why I'm going to switch over there. If it does the same thing. They might have patched that. I'm actually not even sure if it's intended or not. It felt like a bug. But we'll see. So there's not going to be much to do until we get 100 relation. Then we can build some banks. Which are actually rather cheap. Yeah, see here how it says you can only build a bank in a foreign location where the owner has at least a 100 opinion of it. Which sucks. Because that means we have a lot of improving relations to do. That helped a lot. So we're just kind of... Bohemia is a pretty good one to build banks in. Because later on, they will build a shit ton of towns. In a lot of economic base. And we want that economic base in our pockets. Alright, but you'll see here, Florence can now build banks there. Which we are going to do. It doesn't really matter. Normally, you don't really want to build a bank if you wouldn't earn more money. Because they do have an upkeep. Like, if you look here, we're already paying, like, 3.6. So, it's better to only build it... I don't know, where you... How much do they cost each? 1? Or 0.3? So, you know, like, 5 tax... 6 tax base? Something like that. We don't want to just spam them everywhere. Eventually we will, because I will stop caring, and the AI will eventually just build up everything to a point where it doesn't matter. But for now, we're going to build a bunch of banks in Tuscany. With Tuscan culture. See if we can repeat the same thing I did earlier. Denmark kind of sucks. I would not recommend investing in them. Another thing is that our diplomatic range depends on our buildings. So, if, for example, we wanted to get to India, you might notice they are outside our diplomatic range. However, we can build banks inside Egypt, and then Oman. And then we can build a bank in Delhi. And let me tell you, Delhi goes into a ton of debt. A ton of debt that we can buy. And even more so, in South India, they have a ton of really valuable trade goods. Like pepper. But that's a late game. That's like 100 years from now when we'll deal with that. Another big problem with the Muslim wall, as I like to call it, is that they all hate you. Because they are very racist against religion, against Catholics. Which we are, unfortunately. For the purposes of getting through them. So we're going to need to spend a lot of money, basically, to actually... Well, not a lot. No, it will be a lot. We need to spend a lot of money to actually get through this, to get to India. But that will be the long-term goal. Now, I don't think any of these matter at all. But... Trade expedition, I guess? Better than the others. Funny thing is that since you only have the burgers, pretty much any time you choose a burger policy, it just immediately passes, which is pretty nice. Another thing I want to do is we're going to want somebody. We need an ally for a pretty specific thing. Who would like to ally us? Who wants to be an ally with the bank? I've never seen that before. I was hoping it would, like, allow me to make a bank. Because, despite what you might think, the other banks don't actually, like, hurt us. It's pretty good to have another bank under you. Because they can build banks in the same locations. And if they're a state bank, we can also just kind of steal their money. Which is nice. It's free stuff. But why we want to ally Siena? Siena. Is because we will want a vassal early on. We're going to use Siena to vassalize the county of Pitgliano. Because if we don't have a vassal, we can't raise troops. Which is not very important for a bank, but it's kind of funny. Because you can actually have normal vassals as a bank. Which, again, is really funny. So while that loads, you might notice now, all the new banks we've been building, we have been getting Tuscans from that. And that's how we'll culture flip. Alright, so now we have an alliance. And we will use that alliance. Oh, that's not good. You know, I believe we're going to use that to vassalize them. And then from that point on, we'll be able to raise troops. We won't want to raise a lot, because the only ones we can raise are mercenaries, which is not ideal, to be honest. Can we actually raise them already? No. That's too expensive. This is unfortunate. Okay, actually, that's a bit of a fuck-up. I need to make all landless nations. That would be nice. I don't know how... The only way I've found so far to actually declare war on the other landless, like the other bankings and the Hansa, is to have them join a coalition against you, which I'm not sure why they do, but I have seen them do it before. You might be able to no CB them. I'm not so sure, though. I have to look at it. But that will have to wait until I actually get a vassal, since I can't raise troops myself. I'm also not sure how you win a war against a landless country. I know with the Hansa, you can occupy Lubeck and their vassals that they start with. So that's fine. But with the Bank of Peruzzi, well, that's a bit of a pickle. It does look like we're going to need maybe a second ally. I was hoping Siena could just kind of like take both of them, but they didn't raise all their levies. They only raised one, which is unfortunate. We might be able to get the Papal States. But I think it would be really funny to vassalize all of Italy, as well as the other bank. Show the banks who's the supreme bank. Looks like they're done. The other one I cared about, I guess naval? Probably... No, centralization for the crown power alone might be worth it. If we're even going towards there. No. Parliament outside of capital. But we don't have a capital. So that'll start taking over once Parliament ends. I think the music's a little loud. In general, I think this game is incredibly loud. I had to turn it down to like 33% in the volume mixer. Especially the title screen. When I first logged into the title screen, that was a audio nuke. I pretty much lost my eardrums immediately. Oh wow. 100%? They might not be able to... We might not be able to get them. I do like how I get all these plus support events when I'm playing as the bank, which pretty much doesn't care. But when I play an actual country, no. No one wants to support my parliament. Alright, we almost have the Tuscans. Yeah, I think it's probably better to wait for another 5 years anyway. Because I need an actual ally who doesn't suck to do all my work for me. Alright. Who is at war? Come on, somebody needs a loan, right? I have all this money. Burning a hole in the pocket. Damn. Really, you need, like, at least 21 reasons to get a loan? But it doesn't happen all the time. I found the Golden Horde is normally pretty good. But I've also found that another problem with the banks in offering loans is that you you can offer a lot of good loans in the first, like, 100, 75, 50 years. But later on, the countries start getting, like, really poor, and they can't really pay back the loans they have. Which is good as long as they don't go bankrupt. But it means they can't take more loans, which is unfortunate. Ooh, look, like this. Kind of sucky. Easy. And because of that, we'll get half a ducat forever. Well, not forever, like 6 years. Although sometimes they renew it. If they renew it, like, more than once, then we're pretty much in the clear. Like, it's just a lot more money. Like, 8%? Which doesn't sound like a lot, but it kind of adds up. Still don't think it's the best way to get money. The banks are still better. Like the building. Alright. It does look like we have enough Tuscans now. Now we're just going to add them as tolerated, add them as accepted, and then switch. Because of that, we now get some unique techs. None of these are, like, really important, but it's better than the nothing we have before. So, like, 10% minting. I don't know, something else. It's better than nothing. It's not important. Not incredibly so. But anything is better than nothing. What about you? No, I don't think we're going to be able to get the Papal States. Having 0 armor army just doesn't, like, lend itself well to getting, like, good allies. Might be able to get Florence. Because we just need someone who can beat 1 OPM. And Siena... Well, now there's 3 OPMs. Well, 2 OPMs in Urbino. Actually, I guess they might still be an OPM. Because it's still one province. They have more locations. So I guess it'd be an O-Alum? An Ulm? It'd be funny to get a union as a bank, too. I don't like unions too much in this game. Mostly because I can't dictate their foreign policy. But it would be funny until my guy got reelected or whatever we do. I'm not sure if we rule for life, actually. Maybe? I'm not sure how these work. I think we rule for life. I could be wrong, though. Yes. One more alliance. Surely Florence and Siena can beat 2 OPMs and Opino. Urbino. Alright. Now back to the banking. Bad. Good. Actually, I'm not sure if we get the potential tax base or if we get the actual tax base. Surely it's just Like the actual tax base. Because that'd be much better. And I'd rather believe that. Good in Rome. Not you. Not you. Also bad. But I think it earns a profit. The only problem is that this menu will get very irritating later. Which is why I'm probably just going to like build every single bank. Because enough of them will make money. And I won't have to like actually hover over every single little bank. But for now, we will go what actually gets us money. Speaking of that, Slumkin might want another loan. No. Damn. Bulgaria! You look like you need another loan. No. I can't take over your existing loan, though. It doesn't earn us a lot. And in fact, I don't think it actually went through. They probably paid it back immediately. It is better to offer a loan instead of taking on debt. I think. Because taking on debt, you have to pay the interest yourself to even take it on. So I think they might need to, like, renew the loan once. Which I think estate loans are 5 years. So they need to keep paying on it for 5 years. And even, that's all the money you get from that. I'm pretty sure. But most of the AI is pretty bad about paying their loan immediately. Why would you call me in? I am literally a bank. I have 0 people. You're supposed to... whatever. They'll probably... Oh my god, they won't. My ally! I needed you! Alright. Backup plan. Luca! God damn it. I don't think I've ever seen Florence fail this badly so early. Well, you. You defeated Florence. That must mean you are strong. Too strong. Fact. What about Bologna? Also too strong. Maybe. Need to get enough trust. We also need to scout out the weakest OPM we can find. Preferably in between an ally. Because I don't want them to declare war on me later. I'll just let that go for a bit. A little lag spike. Okay, so for this, I'm not sure anything helps us. Because despite how it might sound, I don't think bank interest actually helps the bank itself. In fact, I'm pretty sure if I took a loan from the estates, I would instantly go bankrupt, which is really funny to me. But I guess I am the bank. So... But none of this is really that useful. Maybe the monthly diplomats? Maritime advantage? I don't think that works, though. Because I think maritime advantage is only off our own owned locations. And we don't own locations. Okay, so I think this is better. for the improved relations and probably the diplomatic reputation. Because we will need to break into the Muslim bloc eventually if we want to get to India. Because one of the other things we can do is trade for some reason. Why can a bank trade? Who knows? Alright, back to buttering up Luca. It's going to be really funny when I get all of these people and finally vassalize an OPM, and then just like the Papal States just nukes me or something. Because I am very squishy. And I don't want to keep standing armies, because the only armies I can recruit are mercenaries. Which is not great. Because mercenaries are incredibly expensive. But it does mean all the neighboring countries will probably, like, look at my OPM vassal and start slavering or something. Eventually I'll be getting to actual trading as well. But, I don't want to have that actually count, because the bank income doesn't count towards expenses, because otherwise expenses will scale horribly. And I don't want to pay that right now. That'll be after I get banks. Bad, bad. Okay. It's kind of irritating how I have to hover over this, given how essential this is. But oh well. It is what it is. Come on. We're not going to get too much more from positive opinion. So I wish they would stop getting stronger. I also find it funny how I can't... It's very hard to actually build more in the Muslim countries because of how much their automatic negative opinion is towards Catholics. But I'm pretty sure I start with a bank in there. Yeah, like, I start with a bank in Jerusalem. That might just be, like, a historic artifact. But that is very hard to do now. In fact, the reason the bank's there might actually be the issue. That might be why they're pissed off at Catholic. Come on. Almost there. One more. Just one. Now just two. Actually, does trust max out? I might have maxed that out. Who else? Who can beat an OPM? What about you? Are you weak enough? No. Absolutely not. And you? Also no. I swear to God, you lose to them before, and you're going to declare war in work this time? That's insulting. We don't need that much more. Although I don't think it's possible, to be honest. We need more strength. What about you, Rimini? You are fairly weak, fairly sad, fairly pathetic. But you will not join me. We are Roseno. Arezzo. Also weak. Also sad. How do we get favors? Alright, from the Renaissance, we do want max literacy for burgers, because we like our burgers. I'm a big burger fan. Other than that, there's not a lot. I do wonder if it's possible to annex. Annex a vassal as a bank. I don't think we can build ships. Ever. Greatly unfortunate. Actually, there's a bit we want here. And then, I guess, initiative. I'll probably switch that one out before we get there. But, if we do get there, if we get really unlucky, it wouldn't hurt. Alright, here's the point where it gets a little irritating. Get you. And you. Holy crap. Actually, no, we're getting you. 41 ducats. Right off the bat. God, I love Bohemia. In another 45 ducats. It would be great if everyone was as strong as that. Because some of these banks are rather expensive. Yes. More banks. We like Bohemians in this place. We are a Bohemian-aligned bank. Another thing you can... Most of the time, cities are pretty good. So you can just, like, scroll through it and look for cities. If there are any. And then towns, of course. I mean, everything else is a town. So... But we would like some starting income. We'll speed it up a bit. Just a little bit. And look at all those banks. We're already up to 25. Alright, are you at war? No. But you do have a truce. Which is unfortunate. Not that Siena could, like, beat you anyway. Why would you not join? Why do you suck? Target opinion. What about Volterra? You would also lose. What if we use Luca and Siena? This one would probably work. And if we get Pisa in, that would make it much easier. Because we just need 1 OPM. OLM. The board is possible. But I kind of want to wait until we get a good position. We also need to find someone where both would actually join, which might not be too easy. Like Luca or Siena apparently just loves everyone around them, which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks. How the hell do I have an... Oh, that's how. Brabant, I'm not sure what you're thinking. Where else in Bohemia? Any, like, really good locations? That's pretty good. But I've lost it. There it is. Alright. And you can see our income has already hit 7 ducats a month. Hey, if this was Holland, that'd be okay. We are a bank that is richer than a lot of nations, if you can call them that. The HRE is incredibly poor. Relatively. It's a bank. What about you? No, absolutely not. Cesna? Cezina? Also probably a no. Why can I not call you in? That's a maybe. We'll keep an eye on that one. No. Pizarro? Oh, that's Croatia. What are you doing in Italy? Why do you all like each other? Why can't you all just hate each other? Alright, let's make some more money. I guess I could also use the tax base map mode, but it's kind of irritating to use. Here we go. Lacking employees. Yeah, we just need to get through phase 1. That kind of looks like Winnie the Pooh. Has his red shirt and all. Like he's sideways. Actual bear, Winnie the Pooh. Really, I'm looking at everything over like 7, maybe 6. Eventually we'll get all of them. Because eventually the AI will actually build up the towns. Which will help. God, if I could reach Delhi. Look at all the money. I swear, there's probably thousands of ducats to be made in there. Alright, now back to this. Sienna! No! Is it just like every state I'm allied with? They're just guaranteed to kick the bucket? That's so sad. First Florence, then Sienna? That's so sad. We can get like 40 more? 32. And another 12. Yeah, we can get that one. So, next is Bologna. Once we get Bologna, I'm assuming they will not all die to the nearest neighboring state, like the last two. It might be a little hard to assume that, given history. But we shall see. Getting into the Castilian market now. Look at all those banks. We've already, like, at least doubled. We're getting close to tripling what we started with. Now, I wish I could get the Papal States. But I can only get 14, 17 more reasons. Because they kind of suck. Actually, we have a lot of diplomats. We need to be improving more relations. Ew. Oh, I forgot to switch. I forgot to switch the option. How could I? The option being to rename that to its correct name, that is. The Eastern Roman Empire. What are you guys doing? And back to bank building. I do have to wonder, because we have a unique culture, the Bardi culture. As far as I'm aware, there's not, I mean, there's a Bardi province, but it doesn't have Bardi culture. So, presumably, the Bardi culture is just my family. For some reason. So, like, every burger we hire before games start was a Bardi. Which is a little crazy. Also, fun thing is that the Black Death actually does not really impact us. Because we have burgers. And not a lot of them. It might kill some. But then they'll just kind of promote up. So it doesn't hurt us in the long run. And we don't have levies. So we doubly don't care about the peasants. More than we also wouldn't already care about the peasants. So it doesn't affect us. Is what I'm saying. Getting pretty close to a bank every 2 months. And then a bank every month. And then the snowball continues. Now you see how the interest just doesn't really matter? Because it is possible to get better loans. I think the highest I've gotten was 7% loan on a 6-year... 7% interest on a 6-year loan on 1,000 ducats. And that's pretty good. But that money is already, even then, in the like ideal scenario, it's still better just to put it in a bank. Which is really funny. To me. At the very least. Who else wants a bank? And is also not poor. I don't know why I keep going down to speed 3. Because there is not a lot to micro. Mostly waiting on time. Maybe Modena? Modena? They seem rather weak. That was a complete lie. Modena is actually rather strong. Okay. This fluctuates very hard. Alright, so... You know, I just automatically go for administrative education. But I guess it wouldn't really matter. I guess for banks, we kind of want to go diplomatic. Even if the child doesn't become our heir. Because what we want is diplomatic reputation. Also, holy crap. I didn't realize that was plus 50% to improve relations. That would have been nice to know. Who can we kill? Who can we kill? I can ally Volterra. The only problem is that apparently everyone likes the OPMs. Which sucks. They should stop liking the OPMs. Those countries are meant to be killed. Well, you, Mondovi. Oh my god. Naples? What are you doing? You don't need an OLM as an ally? At least I hope you don't. Cortona, allied with Hungary, the Papal States in Aragon, of course, Arezzo, I wish Siena wasn't bad. I wish they just weren't terrible. Or that Luca would join me. But anyway, back to banks. Let's look for some cities. Valencia. Lisboa. Kind of bad. It is Portuguese, though. Cordoba. Bologna. 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 I want to kill an OPM. Bahoo. Bahoo. Ancona. Who are you allied with? Really big nations. Rather, you're a subject of Portugal? Or, sorry, of Serbia? Maybe? Actually, why would Serbia join? You're subject of Hungary? Question mark? Oh no! Anyway. You know, I'm not so sure the whole getting a vassal part is actually going to happen. In fact, it's looking like it's going to be rather difficult. Ferrara. Kind of bad. Krakow. Very nice. I feel like I hear something. All right. Let me just fix something. Anyway. Back to banking. Oh my god. What happened to our bank income? We're getting like 10. What happened? What do we do? Where'd the bank money go? Oh, is it the Black Death? Oh, it's the Black Death. It's always the Black Death. Of course I'm not making money on banking. Everyone's dead. It's like, oh no, the bank income's going down. That's the worst thing that's happening in the continent. I do like how we haven't, like, really lost any population yet. We've lost a little bit. But not like a ton. Oh my god, we're actually negative. That is shocking. Shocking, I say. Absolutely. You know, 40 million isn't that bad. Probably hasn't hit China yet. Normally it gets around to like 100 million. I guess we have more diplomatic relations to do. Actually, do we have one in Lübeck already? I feel like that's the sort of city that we'd already start with one. No. Hamburg? No. Bremen? Also no. Well, let's just make some banks. Although the last game I played, we actually had Lübeck. Oh my god. Lübeck is getting killed. Jesus. They've went down from 30,000 to 12. 13. Close enough. It's not even over. Did anyone completely die? We have one. Bully. You know, funnily enough, this exact province is the one in my last game, which also got kicked down to like 70 people. Everyone in this province is dead. And that's really surprising. Like, there's more people in the north of Norway, on the frozen coast, than have survived that province. But that doesn't matter to me, as long as the bank money goes back up. If the line goes up, everyone can die. And it doesn't really matter, as long as the line continues to go up. Who else is good for bankery? This is my favorite part about being the bank. Pretty much, you can have everyone like you. Like, if we go to the opinion, we're already pretty much there. Now, the OPMs, there are 200 nations there. So it's not quite possible to improve your relations with all of them. But most of them don't matter. They're pretty poor. Who are you? Waldeck? Maybe. Bunk. Bunk. Oh no. There's not enough employees for our banks. Whatever will we do? Fine. Fine, fine, fine. None of this matters. None of this does anything for us. I do wish people would stop being dead. It's really cutting into the bank, the income. What's also great about not having patricians is that you can take their estate satisfaction without anyone caring. Although it's a little weird that events keep bringing them up when they don't exist. Oh my god. Not Strigol Nikvestel. Strigol Nikestvo? Strigol Nikvestel? A new chairman. What was I doing? Oh yeah, estates. Estate privileges. The big problem with everyone being a burger is that we have no... Oh shit. No! Fuck. I've been forgetting to switch the laws. That is rather important. I can't believe I did that. Actually, why don't I just switch to Latin? Does that improve our research speed? A little bit? What is the language of pleading? Oh, I see. Which one is more important? Doesn't really matter. I guess I'd rather free subjects, but not for any, like, real reason. Neither of them do anything. Not for me. For a normal country, maybe. But for a bank, not quite so much. Who can I ally? And potentially get an ally. Milan. Your successor. Did they say no? I feel like they just said no. That is unfortunate. It told me they would say yes, but I guess not. Also have no diplomats to actually send any requests. So I guess we'll ignore that for a couple years. Capital economy. Delicious. The only one that really matters. And only for the building cost. Now, where can we get a good bank? Really? Milano's only 8? That's actually rather surprising. Maybe Milano's not a big town yet. I'm also rather surprised I didn't start with one in Venice. But that shall be the next one. I am starting to think... Shut up. Bank, 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 bank. Although they are missing like 2,500 burgers. That's a lot of deficit. We might not get that money back very soon. Until people stop being dead. Can I build a bank? Actually, no, what I should be doing. It's just like scouting through this. Muscovy. You cannot be banked. Not quite yet. We're just gonna do diplomatic education for every one of our children. As I've said. I think we can actually get the Signoria of Ferrara. But we do need more diplomats. Or we need to at least take them away from somewhere else. Yes. Literacy. Slowly, the bank income is coming back. Very, very slowly. And anyway, back to the bank. Now, I also wish I could sort this by tack base. Now, we are the only country where that would really, like, help. But it would really help. Not having to look through every one of these would be my favorite addition. We are now up to 50 banks now. Kind of hard to see. A lot of banks. Alright, can I kill anyone yet? No. No. This is a maybe. Siena could take Arezzo, and I could vassalize Pistolia. It'd be kind of close, though. And honestly, Lucca kind of sucks. They don't join me in anything. I don't blame them. But they do suck. What about Ferrara? Let's break off a few of these. Ferrara would be nice if they can actually help. But while we wait, another bank. Now we're at the Bohemian. The Bohemian towns. Those are always good. Or at least better than the average. Scotland is not very good. In fact, they kind of suck. All right, Ferrara. More diplomats. I do find it funny how I have an egregious amount of diplomats, but I always am running out. All right, so now I have 3 allies. That's a not good modifiers. But I might break off Lucca or Siena, given who will actually help me. Depends. Oh my god. Oh. I was gonna say, how dare I miss the minting? But I get nothing for minting. Because again, bank income is not taken into account when you're doing expenses and minting. In most ways, that's pretty good. But not when you want minting. Oh my god, Bremen. You're so poor. But now that we have Ferrara, if I could please... No. Of course not. Why would they help? That kind of sucks. It's like one away, too. That's so... Come on. That's so sad. What could I do to make you join me? Probably nothing. Probably nothing at all. I don't know, favors? I don't think I haven't, like, messed with favors in this game. They're pretty good in EU4. But... we'll have to see. Anyway, back to banking. Berlin. Brandenburg. No, no. Hamburg. You are actually a city. And that's what matters. Munich. Or is it called Munchen? How do you say that in German? Munchen? I don't know. I don't know. Come on, Ferrara. Just join me. It's so sad. We're so close. Wait. We? Maybe. I don't know. I feel like they'd still find a way to lose. They shouldn't lose. But I feel like they'd find a way. There has to be something I can do. Something I can do to make Ferrara help me. Who has tax base? I wish the Europeans were not poor. Would help quite a bit. It would help. And therefore they won't do it. I see the Black Death is now hitting China. You can tell because the deaths have jumped 40 million. Most fun way to tell. Come on. Join me. We do have max relation, right? We do. Something covert? Maybe? No. What if I sabotaged reputation? Oh. Actually, can I sabotage the reputation of Arezzo? That might allow them to actually join the war. Which would be fantastic. It's honestly not that expensive either. Oh my god. Why the hell? Why would you call on the bank? What's the bank going to do for you? If you were a player, maybe. But, oh my god. Well, I suppose I'll just join and sit it out, I guess. Wait, what do you mean I have army levies? Okay. That would be really bizarre. It's bizarre that it tells me that I have levies in the first place. It's kind of like all of Italy. Oh no, those are just the Guelphs. No, it's like 3 countries in Italy. Unfortunate. Hopefully, they don't completely annex Siena. If they do, it'd be rather unfortunate. Although I guess the worst case scenario would be them making me a state bank, I guess. I don't think they'd do that, to be honest. Oh my god, all of you suck. Why can't any of you have an actual tax base? Have I run out of good European towns? Oh, there's one. Toledo. And Palestrina. It's recovering a little bit. I'm starting to get the income again. Can I loan them money? Damn. I should be able to loan money to the people I'm at war with. That just makes sense. Can I loan my allies money? I suppose. They wouldn't accept it, but I could offer. Well, I guess we'll just let the war ride out. No! Why? That sucks. That sucks a lot. Hopefully after, they will actually... Ferrara will actually join me. If Ferrara isn't, like, annihilated here by the Emperor, who is coming here, might add to almost personally kill my ambitions. Like, why are you even over here? Why are you declaring war on Siena, of all things? Of all people? What did Siena do to you? Oh my god. That is so many flags. You know, why doesn't the Emperor just do this? But for, like, all the Guelphs. He clearly has the power. Why didn't the Emperor simply win? Is he stupid? While we're waiting. Does my favorite nation, Tlemcen, need a loan? Always do. Always do. What about you, Siena? Surely you need money. Ho ho! So you do. 7%. Pretty good. If only I had more. Oh, did they not actually do? Did that not actually happen? Did I not press the button? I don't think it actually went through, which kind of sucks. What if I paid your loans and then I gave you a new loan? That's 7% interest. I can also throw in a car. 20% APR. There are so many Bohemians and other assorted nationalities. It's a little ridiculous. I can't believe they got Ferrara into their Ponzi scheme. Do you need money? Very good. It's kind of funny just how much I have to do. All right. Well, I have lost Sienna. That is horribly unfortunate. Horribly unfortunate. Can't really get Bologna. What to do? What to do? I could get Luca. And Luca... Okay. Once Ferrara recovers, I will be able to use them. Can I help? Do you have any money? Or, sorry, do you have any loans? I'm very good at that. Alright, who do I not have opinion with? You. Brittany. Normandy. All good picks. Aquitaine. I'm not sure about Aquitaine. And honestly, a lot of the Italian nations, or sorry, a lot of the HRE nations are just too irritating to actually build up relations with. It takes a while. Mason? Mason? Spolato? We just need to believe in the banks. The money is coming in. Slightly faster each time. But oh my god. I can get 70. Oh, I just realized both my cabinet members were completely dead. Killed, in fact. Okay, why am I earning money now? What suddenly made the banks kick in? No, really, I want to know. That'll get us to 87%. I really think this is lying to me. I think it's counting me as if I had levies. And I don't. I don't have levies. Not in any sense of the word. But neither does Ferrara. I also like how Luca can join now. They had like 2,500 earlier. But of course, as soon as I need them to join, they have all their levies be killed. Horribly sad. But more banks. It's what we do. We build banks. Recover. Recover, Ferrara. Recover. How long does it take them to recover? Must be a cooldown. Oh no. Our new laws that tie the 0 commoners to my 0 lands. A worrying development. I'm getting incredibly close to just spamming out every bank I can see. I don't think we'll reach 1400 before I get to that point. Because it is very click intensive. Looking intensive. No! Oh, the Pope. Very good. Now, make the Pope hate you. Very good. With the Pope on my side, I might actually get this done. And the Pope would join. All right, now we just need the... Perfect, perfect, perfect. Give me a casus belli. Now save here in case the Pope somehow manages to lose. I'd be very impressed. Very incredibly impressed if they somehow manage to lose. But it is possible. Go, Pope. Go. Also, I like how they start with occupation score. Probably because I have a bank there. I'm guessing. Go, 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 go! Go, my Pope. Kill them for me. Yes. Yes. Beautiful. It is occupied by the Papal States, but in my test run, I believe... I don't know. We'll see if I can actually vassalize them. They did give me occupations over Volterra. It could happen. Okay, so I could get Bistolia. Let's see. Yes. This is beautiful. All right, with that, I'll get 2 vassals. All right. We are now a bank with a state. A landed bank. We are very much over. The vassals are rather expensive. Holy crap. Perhaps I should not have gotten 2 of them. But it's too late now. Alright, now we just need to make sure they don't immediately want to kill us. Beautiful. The entire reason is because of my diplomatic capacity. But why do they take so much? Holy crap. This is... What is this? Oh, relative power. Interesting. Okay, I think that will have to wait. Vassal problems. That is unfortunate. What if I give up 1? Yeah, when I did this in the test game, It was... It was much later in the campaign. And because of that, I had much more income and much more relative power. And by relative power, alright, so that will have to wait. How much did I have? It might have been the tax income. Oh, it probably doesn't count the bank. Oh. I think I know what it was. It probably doesn't count the bank income for power. Which is unfortunate. What would I do then? I guess I need, like, actual trade income then. Which sucks. I guess it's time to spam out banks. And that will give us the money to get trade, because trade will be expensive. And really, I want the ones in Bohemia anyway, because they will eventually be good. So we're just gonna do speed 5, probably like 40 years. That kind of sucks, though. Kind of sucks. At least they're cheap, I guess. So I think a bank run needs to go in phases. I think the first phase, get bank. Second phase, get trade. And third phase, that's when you can start doing the vassals. Gonna need to hurry, though. Holy God. 42? How did that get so strong? So rich? Hello, Schism. How you doing? We have solidly hit the point. We have solidly hit the point where I just go and build every bank on the planet. It's a rather painful existence. Who do I want to marry? Another reason to build a bunch of banks here, specifically, is that banks also give trade advantage, which will be useful later. This is a useful Mauska tool. Will come into play later. And we've almost hit max capital economy. That's good. Does mean he needs to switch out, though. Yep. Can't switch further than that. Centralization, then? A little bit. Just a little bit. Bankin'. Bankin'. Yeah, in the test game, there was a lot more loaning around. But it's really just not that worth it. You get so much more from actually building the banks. Probably build a bunch in Hungary as well. Because Pest always has... Well, Pest always has a lot of gold. Which is normally being sold. Although the banks don't give that... They don't give that much trade advantage. I'm honestly not sure why they give any, really. With the numbers so low. It doesn't seem worth it. We'll slowly start building up in Genoa. Because if we could dominate Genoese trade, that would be a lot of money. All right, now we've maxed out capital economy. Good, good, good. Only costs 23 ducats now to build a trade office, which is pretty good. Did I build up relation with Napoli? Ooh, I didn't. I'll need that later. There we go, Genoa. Nice 60 development province. Actually, all the Genoese provinces are pretty good. No. I do not want to go to war against Genoa. Not right now. In fact, I'd rather not be in any wars. And really, the only ally I need now is the Papal State. Everyone else is a little worthless. Oh, that was the worst place. Yes! Trade advantage. For 5 years. But there is money to be made. Now I just need to beat them to death. Nope, that's also maxed out. I don't know. Naval, I guess. Naval is also basically maxed out. Communalism. Alright, let's start changing some of these laws. Most importantly, favor the ruler. Because if I'm going to go into trade power, I'm going to need to max out, or at least get as much Republic power as I can possibly get. Somehow, I'm going to kind of want to remove this, maybe? I think. I don't think it really does anything for me. It's hard to tell, though. Trading kind of sucks, because we don't have, like... it's okay, but... It is starting to actually cost money, unfortunately, for stability. Which is unfortunate. Completely unfortunate. Why am I sanctioned by the papacy? Where did that come from? Pope, we're like friends, right? Can you, like, unsanction me? Woo! 4 ducats. Now that's why I call you my Pope. Also, where did all this money come from? Well, I'm gonna say we're at that phase. More. This is the Bank of Bardi. There's 2 building-based banks in the game at the start. This is one of them. Basically, they're much more limited than the other countries. I can basically only build banks, trade offices, and embassies. Banks being the best one, because they just take 5% of the tax base of any location I put them in. And then they can also take over the loans of their countries. And, like, take the interest of them. But I found that's, like, kind of not great. So most of it so far has just been building banks. Eventually I'm going to transfer to mostly trade. Probably, like, dominate Naples and Genoa's. You might be able to become a regular country. I know you can take vassals. But you can't annex land. Not normally. You might be able to integrate a vassal and get land, but I think that might delete all your banks. So it's a little, like, economic suicide. Because the government reform you start with, it's one of those building ones. So the most I think you can, like, reasonably do is vassalize a bunch of people and just own everything indirectly. But that's kind of late game. Because I could vassalize a few people now, but they kind of, where's your bank? I think the headquarters are in Prado, but, like, there's a few thousand banks. I have 106 banks. Like, every grayish location, it's hard to tell. But I have a bank in each of these locations. And I can pretty much work off every country in diplomatic range of every bank. So it's not quite like I'm stuck in one location. You know, that's a great question. I think it was just because they were kind of left alone after the fall of the Roman Empire. And so they had a lot of money to hand around. And so that's where the banks started up. I'm not an expert on that, though. I do know both the banks that start in the game, both start in Italy. And then I think a third bank, the De Vicis, also spawn in Italy later. But that's fine. It is fun not having to actually like care about wars or anything. I think it's pretty hard to lose as a bank because no one can really kill you, I guess. I'm not even sure like how a war against the bank would even work. Like I know with the Hansa, you can just occupy their vassals that they start with. But with the bank, I don't have anything you can attack. But eventually, the goal is to switch from banking into mostly trade. And then, like, skip over the Middle East and start importing pepper, like, directly. Which would be fun. But for now, we're just building a ton of banks. So banks couldn't give out loans the typical way? In real life? They can. I'm not... I mean, in real life, yeah, they gave out a lot of loans. In game, I can. In fact, I was doing... When I did the test run for this earlier, a lot of what I was doing was just offering loans to people, because you can do it through an action. And if they're at war, you can normally get quite good interest rates. But I don't think it scales as well. Like here, I could loan a bunch of money to them. Without interest? I mean, no, not really. I mean, if you vassalize a state bank, you can kind of just liquidate all their money. So I guess that's a loan without interest. But me, no. I don't think I'd get very much money if I didn't offer any interest. IRL. I don't know. I think IRL. I think the Catholic countries, like normally in medieval Catholicism, I don't think it was looked upon well to give interest of loans. So I'm not sure how they made money to begin with. It is stereotypical, but that's sort of why you have the stereotype of like Judaism people giving out loans because they weren't hampered by the rule to not have usury like Catholics. So they would make via late payment fees. Really? I suppose that makes sense. Suppose that would get around the whole usury problem. But I can't do that in here. Although really, 1% interest might as well be nothing. Getting pretty close. On Italy, at least, with the banks. Bohemia is always a very good place, too. Because they always hyper-invest. Because they are stupidly rich in this game. That's the old problem with this too. A lot of the times the AI will actually repay their debts, which is bad for me, because it means I can't, like, nickel and dime the interest off them. 10% is a ton. That is, like, an absolute ton of interest. I don't think I'm able to give... I don't think I've ever actually given a 10% interest loan. Maybe for, like, favors or something. I think the estate loans are all 10%. And I can buy estate loans, I guess. But yeah, 10%'s a ton. Normally when I've been able to give out loans, I think the most I can get, consistently the most I can get is 5%. But I've gotten 7 or 8% if a country's, like, getting absolutely destroyed in a war. Yes. That is certainly a factor. Really, it's sad what happened to Bohemia. The Hussite Wars, and then what Austria did to them. Treating them as a bank. I always find it funny that Bohemia was one of the more rich countries in this era, in the HRE, given that they're one of the only non-German ones. Yeah, I think their silver's all... Yeah, it's all counted in here. They have like 4 provinces. Hungary's actually in a sort of the similar bout, because they have a lot of gold mines here. I think maybe in real life too, but I know in the game they have a lot of gold. And it's one of the only major sources of gold. So they make a lot of money off exporting it for other countries to mint. Help Prague into a mint. Yeah, that makes sense. Was he Bohemian too? I feel like there's a few Czech emperors over there. I'm sure they had a couple. Let's change some laws. I think I already have all the best ones already, actually. I think Serbia does. I know they have one in EU4. Probably is not what I should be basing my historical knowledge off of. But I don't think it's as well as developed. It was in Nice, I think. It might just be a silver mine in here. Yeah, it looks like it was just silver mines. At least here. They might have gold later. Although they have a lot of silver. Yeah, I know in EU4 at least, they have one in Nice. NIS. Somewhere over here. But I think they abstracted in EU4 at least. So that all gold and all silver is covered under gold. Yeah. Very true. Although that makes it more useful for a lot of things. Like when a lot of the countries switched to silver standards because there just wasn't enough gold. Yeah. That is true. Rabont. A lot more silver. We are going to get into the space trade. I kind of want to get a bit more economic base with the banks. And then I'm going to, instead of going around like the historical route, what I'll do is I'll go through Egypt and Persia. It's just really hard because they don't like Catholic countries as like a matter of course. So they don't have like the diplomatic range to build over there. But with a lot of bribery, I'll be able to build a few things in them and then use the diplomatic range to get over here. Yes, exactly. But after that, I'm going to skip down to India, steal a lot of maps, and then start importing spice through Alexandria. And then hopefully in my timeline, there's no Ottomans to stop that trade. I did mess around with trying to go the other way with a, yes. Give them money and they will be happy. It's just a matter of a lot of money in regards to the Mamluks. I guess maybe I could skip over them. I guess the Portuguese would be very happy if they could just, like, skip over Egypt and Persia and just import it directly. But I can't really do the same thing. But I guess we should start switching over. At least get Genoa. Because trade, I think, scales a little better. The only problem with trade income in this, and this is a really weird issue, but the bank income doesn't, like, increase any of your expenses or events. But trade income actually counts, for better or worse. So I'll have to, like, actually minimize my expenses. You know, a war. Yeah, originally, earlier in this game, I just went and immediately vassalized Oresno. But apparently, since this doesn't count towards your economy for anything important, it means that their relative power, even though they're very weak, was still exponentially higher than mine. So I had to release them. But later, once the trade income comes in... Yep. Yes. That's very true. If only they could give charity to my poor trade organizations. You know, just sort of let them pass. That sounds the most charitable to me. That's probably why they didn't have very many banks either, to be honest. They'd probably rather you just give the money. Which makes sense, I suppose. I like how it says I can raise levies. Like, I don't have anyone. Yep. I shall force the banking upon them. No one likes banks until they need a loan, I suppose. I suppose I should start that. Because there's going to be a few jumps before I can get over to India. Although you can get to India really fast as a bank. Which I find kind of funny. Because I think in the other game, I managed to get over there by like 1380, which is like obscenely early. Couldn't do very much for like 50 years though. I need to max out more banks. I wonder if India was the same. I wonder how many banks, when banks got in there. Probably also post-Western, but I have no idea. Probably a British curse. The other upside of playing as the bank is that you can get through the game very quickly. Because there is not much to do so early. Suppose I should get into France with the banks. They are also going to be very rich. Banks and worse things. Hello, we get all your spices, and you get, I guess, a bank. I wonder. Smartest thing is probably just to continue the bank build up before I switch. But it's kind of slow. So what are you doing over here? Oh my god. Kind of gross. I know it's like the calling of the emperor, but I wish he wouldn't own so much land directly in Italy. It's kind of gross. Kind of gross. Continue the worst parts. Yeah. What, the East India Company? Yep. It's kind of screwed up that they didn't, like, do anything about it. I suppose it makes sense they didn't, for control reasons. But just leaving that system in place is kind of screwed up. Leon, huh? But I promise, if I go and annex India, I will probably also not touch anything like that. Because it does not make banks. Kind of like having a paperclip conundrum here. Where the bank exists to make more banks. And the most efficient way to make more banks is probably to trade to make more banks. Yep. Gotta keep all those princely estates happy. At least until it became a crown dominion. So many banks. I do find it kind of funny how it counts the populations of my banks as just mine directly. Like, I have taken their nationalities and made them into Bardi Bank. Why do so many people want to marry to a bank? Am I not a peasant? Commoner? The schism is always funny to me. I remember when I was still in school, I picked up a book on the Reformation. Big, thick book. Because I thought it was about the Protestant Reformation. And so I read for like 500 pages before I realized, because I was a little dull, before I realized it wasn't about Martin Luther. It was about some late medieval schism. A London bank. We do have one already. One London bank. I don't think there's an event spawn one, though. Although, I'm not sure. I haven't gotten, like, into the era where state banks were really a thing. So maybe later on, it starts spawning in, like, bank. No, this was... The one... This is, like, some different schism. This is about the Pope in... The anti-Pope in Leon, I think? Might have been Avignon. Avignon versus Rome? Where the French did not want them to leave Avignon. And then when they tried to set up a lardy. I'm not sure. I think it was just an anti-Pope issue. Like the French wanted to control that. I'm not exactly sure, though. Control clerical matters. Let's get all of England's. Yep. Well, because the French wouldn't let them leave. Typical medieval French behavior. I do remember reading at least one time where one of the popes tried to leave Avignon, only to be stopped at the border. Although I'm sure they had some palaces there. So I'm sure they didn't care that much. At least the more temporal ones. My poor events. But the Hussite one's pretty cool. Has 2 walls come in? Oh, yeah. You're talking about the... Is that the, Roman, like the Caesar thing? I think. Two walls. Ah, yes. Listen, if the Pope's gonna have so much power, he might as well be French. In fact, if power is to exist at all, it might as well be French. In the French opinion. There's no point to it otherwise. It is kind of funny how screwed up the French system was in the medieval era. Like, they had a tax system where they couldn't actually tax their citizens unless it was an emergency like a war. So they're just like perpetually, the crown was just perpetually poor until around the 100 Years' War. The English Pope, huh? Like an anti-pope or just like a normal pope? Yep. Completely decentralized. A normal one, yep. So many vassals, so many appendages. A vassal so strong it declares itself a kingdom? I do like how Burgundy aligned itself with the English at some point, and then they just sort of came back to the French. And the French just allowed that to happen, because there was nothing else they could do. Alright. The income is starting to spike. We're up to at least a bank a month now, which is pretty good, because it's basically free money. Soon I'll be able to kick into the actual trade. Oh, why does Serbia hate me? What did I do to you? Oh, are you Orthodox? That makes sense. German tribe. I mean, all of France was a German tribe, wasn't it? The Franks. Really, it feels like everything was a German tribe at some point. Because you have Burgundy moving from up here down to the south, down here for the Kingdom of Burgundy. Yep. Complete German cultural victory. The English were German. The French were German. The Scandinavians, yeah, they're German. I guess no one else, though. Maybe? I don't know. Can you count the Italians as, like, German descent? The Lombards? I'm not sure you can count that, though. Maybe, like, tangentially. Tangentially German. What the heck happened to my income? That's a difficult question. I feel like if you call Charlemagne a German, you might get you stabbed by a Frenchman. But like he almost, I feel like he was more German. I mean, he made the Holy Roman Empire and all, but then he also made Francia. I suppose you're right. But then again, like, everyone was German. It's like saying everyone's, like, an Adamite. Germans were just everywhere. But what made the Germans? All right, we've almost covered almost covered Europe. Just Iberia. Honestly, that's kind of poor. Oh, now the income has randomly shot back up again. Just building expenses? Maybe we're running out of gold somewhere. Because I know the banks, they take gold as an input. And given the severe lack of gold in Europe right now. Is that when we count when the French start? Where does the Frank end and the French start? Oh no. Ah, I can start moving up here to Novgorod. Although I think this area's kind of poor too. I know they have some good areas. Novgorod itself. But that's practically it. Oh, it looks like we have Timur. I wonder if he'll get all of Persia this time. I think all the games so far I've played begun in 987, huh? That was after Charlemagne, right? I don't exactly know the years. I mean, of course it is. It has to be. When was Charlotte? Oh, that was way after. Yep. Okay, listen. 100 years, 2 years. I mean, what does it really matter? Just a couple years here and there. A menace to humanity. Can't say I know too much about Timur. But I guess he was a steppe horde guy. So I guess that would make sense. Did he just follow in the Genghis Khan footprint? Ruthless. Yeah. I feel like Persia didn't have a very good run from like the Genghis Khan era to, well, I guess to the steppe horde, to the Iconate, then Timur, and then I'm not sure. I guess an actual Persian country? Timur the Borgigan. Yeah. I didn't realize how big it had gotten. I've never like looked at a map of India from this area. So I was rather surprised when I opened up this game and I saw it had like half of India. A stupid large amount of India. I will profess like the only eras of India I know are Chandragupta, the second Chandragupta, and I guess the Mughals, and after. Yeah. Probably just not the south, I guess. For the south is a difficult area to try to invade. A lot of jungles and deserts, maybe? Yep. Like the Timurids come, or Timur comes and unifies most of Persia. Or actually, maybe all of Persia. And then later, they just kind of leave and go and unify India instead. Or at least its successor state does. Yep. Jungle, spice, desert, everything nice. Almost done. I feel like I've said almost done a few times. But they keep building more towns. Which I guess isn't bad. Like, I feel like they make the town, and the bank's already moving in before they set up the town hall. But now for Iberia. And then I can be done and build trade. Yep, the West Coast. Wait, the West Coast? Not the South? Did not know that. It's funny how ubiquitous pepper it is. Pepper is in the modern era. But there's like nothing, or there wasn't any pepper anywhere but India. Well, I think. Such a valued trade good turned to completely ordinary. Professional armies, huh? That will surely help the bank. Like gold? Yeah, that understandable. So rich, that's why the Portuguese decided to go all the way around Africa. Just to help in that trade. And that's what we'll be aiming for. The way shorter route. Stop building towns. I'd like to be done building banks. The banks are like egregiously cheap here too. Yep. Kind of going the wrong way for that though. Finally a saint. I don't know how I should feel about canonizing a bank chairman. Seems wrong. No, the Gelfs. However you pronounce that. Rip and trace. Yep. I do like how the West Indies and the East Indies are both nowhere close to India. I feel like he got pretty lucky there. That's why we call them Indians, too. It's also nice that the West Indies were in the same range where you could actually grow a lot of those crops. Because, I mean, he was right. There are spices there. It took 100 years to get them, or it took a while to get them growing there. But there were now spices there. Yeah, I've heard I read that he underestimated the circumference of the world by like 25% or something. That's why the Portuguese pushed him away. He must have been very thankful to finally see land over there. I imagine. Yeah. I do wonder how it would be different if there just was New World over there. I wonder if everything would just go around Africa. Be a lot of empty ocean. I mean, it's already a lot of empty ocean. No, rebels. Where? Yes. Was it Aristotle, I think, who got a good reference for how big the world was? We've known that for like a long time. It's always surprising. Because you think that'd be like, or at least when I was in school, we thought that happened around the Columbus times. But it was like common knowledge for a while. It's crazy how much you can do with some simple-ish math. Just put 2 sticks in the earth. Watch the shadows. Several days. Not sure exactly how it works. But something like that. And you can get an accurate reference of the Earth. It's astounding, really. I suppose. Yes, the Earth's round. We can see it. Go up on a mountain. I suppose that is fairly obvious. There we go. Close. 5 more until Germany builds like 4 more towns. This has been fluctuating way too much. I suppose I'm just down to a bunch of poor Castilian towns. Yeah, the HRE is pretty insane. I think there's something like 280 countries at the start. It gets whittled down, but it's amazing. It's a nightmare, even say. Maybe Voltaire's. My favorite part of it is just Silesia. It's just so splintered. It's like every third location is a new country right here. One more. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, I think it has coal in here too. Yeah, the Rhineland. Good for industrialization. That and the British Isles. I think there's a lot of coal there too. Yes, very important. Coal and iron. You know, I haven't looked too much into this, but I did read a few years ago that bronze was better for tools than iron for a long time. But it's just that bronze is rather, or not bronze, but like tin and copper are rather rare in comparison to iron, which is just kind of everywhere. Yep, all the Welsh. All those Bretons. Bretons in Britain. I guess the Celts weren't German. Or maybe they were German, just way more divorced than the Anglo-Saxons. Everyone's German in the end. One more. Then I can start clicking other buildings. Very good. Oh my god. Why is this so expensive? Was it always that expensive? Yeah. Because the iron was worse quality before they could refine it. Or refine it into better forms. Whereas bronze had a storied history. It's just that tin is in like one place in Anatolia and relatively rare. I'm not sure how long that lasted though. I'm not sure if that was like a Middle Ages thing or like classical thing. So wow, I wish any of these modifiers mattered. But I cannot make an army. Trade advantage, I guess. I'm not sure why it's under horsemen. But oh well. Oh well. Archaeological wise. Yeah. Very true. I'm not sure what to get here. I don't think most of this affects me. Very barely? Maybe? Because I can't make ships. I know the Hansa can make ships. Which is why they're a better building based country than me. But, yep. It's kind of crazy just how widespread humanity is. Like, we just sort of went everywhere. Every little corner of the earth. Like, you know, Papua New Guinea? Or Papua New Guinea? They have a highland area that has millions and millions of people living in it. That wasn't discovered, like, reconnected until some surveys after World War II. There's just kind of millions of people living unconnected because we're in every corner of the world. Yeah. Polynesians. It's crazy what they did. Taiwan to Hawaii? Or to Hawaii? New Zealand? Alright, now that we're done with the banks, now it is time to steal people's trade. Legally appropriate Genoese trade. Madagascar too, yeah. Completely isolated places. The Amazons too. Just all that forest, still finding unconnected tribes, despite a country operating in that area for hundreds of years. Explorers must have thought they were going crazy when they would go to every new island and just find thousands and thousands and thousands of people. All right, how are we doing here, Mamelukes? Oh! We're actually doing way better than I assumed. That is good news. Well, now I can start building banks in Egypt. Yeah, that sounds like a nightmare. Honestly, it sounds like a nightmare even with modern tools. Like, not even counting out the diseases. Just how away from everything. Hostile. Like the gap between the Darien Gap between South America and North America. Apparently, even today, not many, if any, people live there. It's so hostile that it's not really crossable. Or not easily. Yeah, malaria would suck. The worst of them all. Single-handedly stopping colonization so many times for so long. Malaria, jungle diseases. I suppose, but feel like, well, not for Europe at least. Well, actually no, it's still bad for Europe. Very bad for Europe. But they were used to it. It was a bad they were used to. God, reminds me of all the diseases that spread in North America afterwards. After contact. I can only imagine that would feel like an actual apocalypse. to have, what, 90%? Some crazy high percent of the populations in North America die out? I can't even imagine how that would feel like, or what that would look like. It'd be like the world was ending. Which, I guess, it was. I wonder how much the plague spread. In the New World. I wonder if that was one of the main ones. Or if it was just like smallpox. Well, I mean, I'm sure it was all of them. But... oh my god. Wish Prague wouldn't make such a gross-looking market. It's like colonizing the surrounding markets. Like, why are you in Friesland? I can't imagine surviving that. Everything you would know would be gone. Civilizations around you would be collapsed. What do you even do? If everyone's dead like that? It's like walking along, I guess. Alright, so that's all of that. I can focus entirely on the Genoa. And if we can get this market, we're nowhere close. Actually, shouldn't we have way more? I feel like we should have way more trade advantage here. I thought each one get... oh, they're giving 0? Why? Are we out of people? No. Do my banks not have anything in them? No, they have people. They're just not updating. Feels like it's not. You know, apparently there actually were horses in North America before the Europeans came over, but they died out quite a while. I think it was several hundred years, but I have to look it up again. But quite a while before Europe came and reintroduced them. Because you're always thinking, you know, when you think about the Plains Indians, you think about the horsemen they had. When that wasn't really a thing until just a few decades before. Well, maybe a few more than decades. But in any case, it wasn't like some long-running tradition. I can build a lot of these. What is the limit? 15. Very good. To be honest, that might be most of Genoa. Do I have Pisa? You like me? Why can I not build trade offices? Already Tuscan burgers. Unfortunate. Must be because I flipped. Jesus. That's a huge drop. My God. You capture an Aztec empire, and everyone just suddenly dies? I can understand why they would think it's just like some religious apocalypse. With those numbers, God. Alright, so we're getting some control here. A different province. No, we definitely should have more than that. Why are you 0? What did I do? Are you Novgorod? Yes. Actually, what about Kiev? I don't think I've done Kiev in Lithuania before. Or yet. Redacted? Is that an automatic YouTube thing? Alright, stop building towns. So I can get to work on Napoli. And then probably Alexandria. And we can start skipping on over. Was it Riga? Oh, no, not Riga. Tallinn. Yeah. You know, my favorite part of this region is there was once a state called Courland that was in the Estonia region. I'm not sure if they were under... They might have been under Sweden. I'm not sure. But they actually got some colonies in the Caribbean at some point. And so this is like little Estonian state. Like in the back of the Baltic, had colonies all the way in the Indies. Well, the West Indies. There've been a lot of countries, actually, that you wouldn't expect to have had colonies. Like the Knights of St. John, when they were on Malta. I'm not sure if it was a directly held thing, but they had they had at least 1 or 2 islands. A lot of beavers. Yeah. You know that beaver fur? Estonia is a fun place. All the Baltic states, really. Yes. More trade offices. Killed all the beaver in Europe. So now we can kill all the beaver in America. Wasn't that like Louisiana's main thing? Like when France colonized over there? They did it basically just to kill more beaver? Take more beaver back? Finally. More fur. They found more gold, they found more fur, they found more spices. Really, they found everything they wanted in America. It was a gift from God. To them, I suppose. Yep. Oh yeah, not Louisiana. Yep. French are all about their beaver trade. Suppose anyone in the region would be. And then we got Canada. Born out of the beaver trade. Hello, you can have a death stick. I will get a beaver. Wasn't there like a British region in North Canada called like Moose Factory? So you have the beavers and the moose, the meese. Or somewhere around in Rupert's Land. Moose Factory, yeah. Such a funny name. Yes, honey, I'm going to immigrate to America. I need to live in Moose Factory. My life's work. Yeah. I mean, yeah, factory's not like an industrial thing. At least not in those times. Well, okay. It was an industrial thing. But not like automated machine thing. Like an evolution of the guild halls, I suppose. Or guilds, I suppose. But it's still a funny name. Moose Trading Post also is still... the Moose Trade Post. Yeah, I bet it did. Both Trade Hall and Manufactory, I guess. How are we doing on the trade now? Still 13. I don't think it's right. Because I am earning more money. So I feel like it's just lying to me. And that's fine. They can lie to me. I know what's real. I feel like a lot of these banks are actually losing me money, I assume. Because it's only 5% and they still have a building cost. But eventually, they will actually be profitable. Yeah. Wasn't one of the, like, more important trades of Europe in that time would be importing English, I think it was cotton or wool, to the lowlands to just be converted into textiles. That was one of the most important trades in that region. Or profitable, rather. And then you had the Industrial Revolution hit. And they just turned into a massive clothing factory for Europe. Importing all the cotton of India and the American South. It's funny today, but clothing was like an incredibly, or not incredibly, but it was an expensive part. An expensive expense. Valuable trade good. It's hard to think about now when we have such a fast fashion sort of outlook. Or rather, cheap clothes. I wish it would not give me all these flags. They don't, like, do anything. Because I do not care about rebellions. Mm-hmm. I remember being taught that that was one of, if not the most important thing to kickstart the Industrial Revolution. The ability to make clothes cheap. It's fun how many industrial revolutions there were. Like 3, I think? But everyone only thinks of the coal one. Pre-World War I. $20 in Genoa. So it's spending the entirety of my trade input just importing gold. Oh, we love Hungary. Yeah. We're probably about to go through another one, to be honest. What with robotics? It's an exciting time. Feels like you're living in the future sometimes. Sometimes. It's funny to talk with older people who lived pre-internet. And just how different it all used to be. And how quickly it changed. I feel like I'm not making much of the money from this. It's a big pain. Oh my god. Why? What happened to your satisfaction? Parliament. God damn it. That would explain why I'm not getting any money from that. Because they're sitting at 0 equilibrium. How long was that sitting there, actually? Jesus. Yeah, I guess the capital is in Prato. That would explain why the trade income's not counting. Because they hate me. Ferrara. You know, I don't think I need Ferrara. Oh, wait. Like, just as strong as the Pope. Just for the diplomatic capacity. And banking. Surprisingly enough, banking is not an incredibly tech for me. Which is a little wild to say. But I do want a few things from it. Trade range. This will be very useful to hitting India. And that for stealing maps. And trade maritime advantage. And I guess naval. What is naval range? What does that do? Oh, I see. Diplomatic range. Income from minting. How disappointing. Alright, but I wonder if I could It'd be kind of screwed up, but I wonder if I can build that. It feels like something that I might be able to build, but I am not sure. I wonder if that screwed over my trade efficiency as well. Maybe not. No, it's still not really being counted. Why is it 0? Am I being embargoed or something? Just didn't realize it? I am not sure. Well, we should get on over, see if we can hit India. Would be nice. Do have quite a bit of money for the task. Not enough, though. Oh, wait a second. Okay, there's the trade income. That's the trade income I was expecting. Oh. Oh my god. More Bohemian towns. Well, they'll be useful one day. Let's see if we can get Naples. Now that the money is starting to grow exponentially, or at least at a greater rate. Are you in? Yes. Perfect. There's just so many. But if we can get into the spice trade, we'd be a very advanced bank. Hello, Injuids. If you will allow me in, please. I would greatly appreciate being allowed in. The Ilkhanate could use some banks. I'm assuming. Come on. Very close. Guess I could offer food, but in my experience, they normally cancel food if they don't need it. I'm not sure why they'd even say yes, to be honest. All right. And now, bank. Do you really only have a single town? Are you a tribe? How do you have only a single town? What are you doing? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. But it's still enough. Time to start stealing a ton of maps. Come on. Oh, Sin. You're actually inside diplomatic range. Except I've not discovered your capital. But I can see you. I also like how these Hindis countries have a view on Catholic countries. Like, you've never met me. How can you know? More random towns. Everyone needs a bank. It comes with the town charter. Hello, Hungary. I see you're in a bit of a situation. Do you need a loan? No, not yet. You will. They always need loans eventually. Of course, once I get to Delhi, that will be a lot of loan money. Because they always have a ton of problems. Ton of problems. So many maps to steal. I wish it wasn't so expensive, but it makes sense. Alright, so the vast majority of the income is still coming from just the banks. I just wish the trade income didn't scale my expenses so much. More spy networks. Hello, burgers. I'm sorry. Can you please come back? Can you please come back? My god, the Nepalese market. Losing out to Dubrovnik. Seriously, Prague, I'm gonna need you to stop. It's gross. It's wrong. Crazy. All right. The bank entrance? If only I could get more spy network. Is there anything I'm missing, actually? Because I know there's the 10%, but that seems to be the only way of getting more spy network. Just kind of insane. All right, so a normal trade-off office is just better. Why would I build an overseas trading post? Oh. So that you can build them in rural areas. Why can't I build them here? So I need power projection. And how do I get that? I know there's a few techs, but is it only tech? Yes, there's one there. But I need to be in China to get that. Which is not good. I'm close. You can't stop me forever. Hello. Do you need a loan? I have something for you. Damn it. Can I take on your debt at least? Or take it over? No? Alright. No banking today. Simply trading. It's kind of weird that the best way to make money as a bank is to trade. But that's how it is. let's see. More Italian towns. God, how much is big is Paris? 81 trade or tax. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Let's go ahead and get a few more of these. Maybe Sweden. And Norway. Denmark. Really, there's no Parliament actions left to care for. Negative 53 still. Yeah, it's gonna be a hot minute before we get into Samna, which is unfortunate, greatly unfortunate. But I suppose that it's simply time to kick up our Italian trades. Dubrovnik. What a funny name. Is there anything I should give you? Oh, trade efficient. I did not see that one. We do love trade efficiency. Wherever it is. 5%. That's pretty good, I think. If we go down plutocracy harder. Plutocracy. That can get us up to 28%. And the economy has crashed. Once again. Just a bit more and we can get Venezia. Chernobyl. That's fun. All right, now that we're in Egypt, because I kind of want to send things from India to Egypt. Of course, we might need to send it to the Horn first and then up to Egypt. But just in case we don't, we need to take this. We're going to need to take this part of the world, as soon as we can. I suppose. That is quite a bit of religious influence. Kinda. All right. Venezia should be coming around soon. I'd hope so. Because it is rather expensive to get into here. So how is it doing now? How is it doing now? How is it doing now? Z. I do not have the most trade advantage. Few more banks. And then I have forgotten. Oman. Give me your maps. Somewhere in here. Maybe not. Hmm. More maps. We're about to hit 1400. That's probably where I'll leave it off for now. Alright, so we at least have the outline. And really, isn't that what's important? I can't believe they found my thing. That is deeply disappointing, to be honest. Because I had like five spy networks over there. Now they're all gone. What a tragedy. What a tragedy. Alright, now it's just Venice. So we're pretty close on just maxing out the Venezia region. And then, after we do that, it's either Dubrovnik or probably Egypt. Malabar. Can I talk with any of you? Outside diplomatic range. That sucks. That just sucks. Probably need another one in either Oman or in India itself. Ah, perfect. All right. All right, so Venezia is now done. We're over with that region. Now it's time for Egypt, Syria, and the Middle East. And then we can move on to India. Or maybe Dubrovnik. I'm not really sure. Either are fine. And there's more banks. Always, always more banks. And the economy has died, as to be expected. Because the economy just sort of dies sometimes. Dear God, that is a ton of new towns. We are getting some trade advantage. Have a bit in pest. Not a lot. But it is more than foreign countries to the region. So, and therefore, it's pretty good. Because if we have banks everywhere, then we have trade advantage everywhere. So we might beat out some foreign partners in large amounts of Europe. And that is pretty cool. Hello, Sama. Would you like some military access? Access? Military access? If I can build a bank in Sama. Please? Oh, please. They cancelled it immediately. Why did you accept then? Well, that will have to wait. Well, we have bank posting to do. We are now up to how many? Almost 400 banks. Otherwise known as a fuck ton of banks. Oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man. Alright, let's see the next region. Konkon. Hello, Goa. Am I in diplomatic range? No. God damn it. Alright, so I will need Sama. That looks like it'll actually hit it without me intervening, wasting money. So many banks. That should be the last major expansion of banks. In Europe, at least. I mean, the HRE could use some work, but that's just hard. Never mind, there's a bunch more. There's a lot more French towns that they are spawning out of nothing. We're at 71. Should improve by 30 more. Are you a tribe? Yes. So you have no towns. You have a few towns. Let me offer you military access. And that will allow us to bank here. Banks in Iraq. Alright, we're almost done with Iraq. With the banks. I'm only doing Iraq first because I'm not sure they're going to like me enough in a year or two even for me to actually build those. You are losing that so hard. It's a little incomprehensible. Or are you only losing it because of my banks? No, there's a lot. A lot of battles. Holy shit. We're going to ignore that. And ignore that we shall. Dear God. And banking spreads to the Middle East. And banking spreads to the Middle East. Perfect. And now let's finish off India again. Not India. Let's finish off Europe again. No, stop making towns. Just making it hard, you know? A lot in Bohemia and a lot in Italy. I wonder how many banks the Bank of Peruzzi has. And here we go. Banking. Banking. Perfect. Perfect. And with this, we're officially banking in India. Actually doing pretty good, too. 4 more countries? And then once we finish off the European banking, then I think that will be where I will cut it today. Dear God. I am making the most money in Genoa. And probably... well, not the most in Egypt. And the most in Venice. And almost the most in Naples. I know for certain there's a location to build a bank. And that should help quite a bit. And as soon as we get this last region, I think that's where we're going to leave it. And now, what's this called? Sind? No, Sarastra. Sarastra. And last bank check. Damn, Peruzzi has been doing nothing. All right, perfect. All right. That's where we'll end it. Goodbye.